Here we go. So we're making the speaker down. Turn that one down. So we want to leave the boom mic up.
Does that do your turn?
No. So now we should be able to talk.
Okay.
They can hear us. And here's what we can do. Here's a test.
Yeah.
Hey, Lynn, you want to go to the microphone and start speaking here?
Check, check. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Check, check. Can you hear me? I think it says mute. Is this the red?
That should be solid.
Okay,
If it's blinking, it's bad.
okay. It is solid. I didn't touch it.
Okay, yeah, blinking is bad. So this microphone's working. So
Okay.
I'm just refreshing my thing here.
Check, check. Hear me?
Okay.
So, yeah, I forgot we're on the delay.
It says mute.
Thanks.
Right.
So blinking is bad. So there you go.
So we're good.
Yes, the microphone's working. So if you
Right.
want, until the meeting starts, you can go ahead and hit mute.
So this
Starting at first agenda 5.
4. We could take our sweet time, we have an hour.
Oh, man.
We are up and running.
Well, we'll talk real slow. Okay, we will start tonight's meeting with our usual pledge of allegiance. Take my word for it, there is a flag out there in the courtyard. Look at this nice black shade here, and imagine the flag, it's about
I
25.
couldn't get the shades to raise, I don't know what's going on, so.
We'll just stay protected from the sun's rays, we have some skin cancer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Case number 1, Z21-030.
Policy item,
Oh, policy, I was gonna do that first.
yes.
All right, let's talk about it. Do we want to have 5:30 starts?
4:30 start.
4:30.
4:30 starts, starting August the 12th. We had the discussion last month, and it seemed that everybody would be able to make that time, with the exception of Marty and Court if there was a conflict. But my hopes is that we will have our 7th Development Commission member appointed, hopefully this year. And that should ensure that we do have a quorum at the start of the 4:30 meeting. So I don't know, do you want to have us call individual roll call, or do you need?
If there's any discussion about the 4:30s, everybody,
We discussed it to some extent last month. And,
Okay.
I was just mentioning that there would be a 1 in a million, where I would probably be late. But if we had one more additional commission member, I wouldn't feel that it was, a risk to the quorum.
all right, then by voice vote, all those in favor of a 4:30?
That may also apply to me, depending on my class schedule at Colombo State, so, but
Okay, well, you do have all of the dates in advance. The November meeting, remember, we did change the date of, it's a Wednesday, the 18th. That's the only, I believe it's Wednesday the 18th, but I'll know that that's a holiday. The 11th is Veterans Day, so Development Commission fell on the holidays. We moved it. So we'll just make sure I can just follow up by email. If you know in advance that have any conflicts, just let me know, and that way we can try to plan accordingly. So,
All right, and you
Yes.
feel free to bring your class down here and watch the process in motion. Any other comments or questions? Okay, all those need a motion to approve the 4:30 start for future in-person meetings right here in this room. Second. All those in favor? Aye. All right, 4:30. Still be daylight in December. Okay, case number 1, Z21-031, 879 East Long Street.
In your supplemental packet, you will find a revised CBD text, which includes an additional variance discovered after the staff report was finalized. The additional variance can be found in section 3G1C. The site consists of one parcel developed with a multi-story structure zoned in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District, which permits mixed commercial uses within the existing building and the expansion of a city-owned parking lot on 2 adjacent parcels. The applicant proposes a new CPD Commercial Plan Development District to eliminate the 2 adjacent parcels from the request, which included the parking lot expansion. The site is subject to the East Long Street Urban Commercial Overlay. North of the site, across East Long Street, and east of the site are a mix of commercial and residential uses in the R2F residential district. West of the site are commercial buildings and a city-owned parking lot in the R2F residential and CPD Commercial Plan Development Districts. South of the site is a multi-unit residential development under construction in the R2F residential district. The site is located within the boundaries of the Near East Area Plan, which recommends high-density residential and mixed-use development at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Near East Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text includes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address traffic and pedestrian access, fencing, landscaping, building design, lighting, and signage. The text also includes a commitment to the submitted site plan. Variances are included to conform the existing building height and to reduce parking from 10 required spaces to 6 provided spaces. The Columbus Multimodal Thoroughfare Plan identifies this portion of East Long Street as an urban commuter corridor requiring 100 feet of right-of-way. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit a mix of uses within the existing Edna building. Staff finds this proposal consistent with the recommendations of the Near East Area Plan for mixed-use development and with the adjacent development pattern along the Long Street corridor. Staff also finds the requested parking variance supportable due to the urban character of the neighborhood and the site's close proximity to transit. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to help answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, the applicant is here. Traffic issues?
No traffic issues.
We've already heard nothing from Kathy. Planning issues?
No issues.
Okay, there are no opposition. You've done your homework and gotten the staff approval and the neighborhood commission approval. So what would you like to add to the staff's report?
I have absolutely nothing to add.
Beautifully said. Okay, we need to have a motion to use the 7/7/21 updated text.
So moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor? Okay, going forth with that text, please call the roll.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Yes.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Kay Nwokwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Case number 2. D21-010, 411 South 17.
That the site consists of one undeveloped parcel in the R2F residential district. The requested I institutional district will permit a service yard to conceal electric generators. Special permit number BZA 21-014 has been filed to allow portable buildings and reduced development standards. That request will not be considered at this development commission meeting. North of the site is an electrical substation in the I institutional district. South and west of the site are single unit dwellings in the R2F residential district. East of the site is a parking structure and hospital related office building in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Near East Area Plan, which does not include a specific land use recommendation for this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Near East Area Commission's recommendations for approval. The requested I institutional district will permit a service yard to conceal electric generators. The request is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts to the north and east, which permit IA district uses. While the Near East Area Plan does not recommend a specific land use for this location, the plan does state that non-residential uses should be significantly screened from neighboring residential districts. Specific requests regarding the site layout and design can be committed to with special permit BZA 21-014, and staff is supportive of the unrestricted I district at this location, and therefore we are recommending approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Traffic,
No traffic issues.
planning.
As Tim noted, our comments are tied to the special permit.
Okay. Okay, there are no speakers. You've gotten your 2 approvals. Or do you like to add anything?
No, I don't think so. Thanks so much for the
For
consideration.
the record, please.
Yeah, Kevin Kindy from Triad Architects.
Okay, let's call that roll.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Kay Nwokwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Case number 3, Z21-033, 338 South Ohio Avenue.
The 0.11 acre site is undeveloped LC4 limited commercial district. The requested R3 residential district would allow the site to be developed with a single unit dwelling. To the north, east, and west of the site are single unit dwellings in the R3 residential district. To the south is commercial development in LC4 limited commercial district. Site is within the planning boundaries of the Near East Area Plan, which recommends high-density residential and mixed-use development and uses of this location. Plan also states new construction should be compatible with materials with the surrounding area, but not be duplicative. Additionally, the plan also includes standards for new garages. The site is located within the boundaries of the Near East Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The requested R3 residential district would allow the development of a single unit dwelling, which is compatible with the density and development standards of adjacent residential properties. The proposal is also consistent with the land use recommendations of the Near East area. The planning division has requested and received additional site plan details to confirm consistency with the Near East area plan and C2 design guidelines. City Department's recommendations for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, Dan, traffic
No traffic issues.
and plan.
No issues.
Okay, there are no speakers here. Is there anything you'd like to add to the staff presentation besides your name for the record?
My name is Marcel Kaufman, and there's nothing I want to add. Thank you.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward. Please call the roll.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Kay Edward,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes,
Amanda Golden. Yes. Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Okay, case number 4, Z21-034, 3756 Agler Road.
Looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a break after this application, so I'm just gonna take my sweet time now. The 3.89 acre site consists of one parcel developed with industrial buildings and contractor storage in the Arbor District as a result of a 2018 annexation from Mifflin Township. The proposed M2 manufacturing district will secure proper zoning for the site and will permit additional industrial buildings. North of the site is undeveloped land slated for an apartment complex in the LARLD Limited Apartment Residential District. To the east is industrial development in Mifflin Township. To the south, across Agler Road, is undeveloped land in Mifflin Township. To the west are single-unit dwellings and a fraternal organization also in Mifflin Township. Concurrent CB 21-046 is included to reduce the minimum number of parking spaces to 53, to not provide parking lot trees, and to reduce parking, building, and storage setbacks, most of which are existing conditions. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northeast Area Plan, which recommends medium-density residential land uses. The staff recognizes the long-standing use of the site, compatibility with surrounding industrial uses on Agler Road, and the site being annexed as an existing condition as mitigating factors for supporting the use. The proposal also includes new landscaping in addition to an existing masonry wall along Agler Road and a new building whose conceptual elevations are consistent with the plan's design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northeast Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The requested M2 manufacturing district will secure proper zoning for an existing industrial development that was recently annexed from Mifflin Township. The request is compatible with the Northeast Area Plan's design guidelines and does not introduce incompatible uses to the area. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I would be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
No questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would have a question if you want your traffic and planning first.
Okay,
No traffic issues. No issues.
okay.
Thanks. Shannon, referring to the concurrent CB 2142.
It's actually 46. I noticed a typo.
Okay, I would not have, okay, 46. Just, why would you not provide for parking lot trees? Just for an example, I'm pulling that out as just one question.
It's an existing condition.
but easy to remedy.
Mm. Then you're losing parking spaces. I guess because it was an existing condition, we didn't really focus too much on that. And I don't know, Christopher, from a planning perspective, was there anything that you looked at or considered with this in particular?
So I think the fact that they were adding additional landscaping compared to what was existing out front, that was a mitigating factor. And it was coming into the city kind of as it is, it's an employment use, those kinds of things.
Well, it's part of the variance is reducing minimum number of parking spaces already, right? So I was just curious. It just seemed like an unusual positive, negative spun as a positive just because it's existing. I just find that curious.
Yeah. And I mean, each site is evaluated for its own merits, and this site, it is kind of a bowling alley. It's, there's a lot going on the site. And I think with the existing conditions and the fact that they were adding some landscaping, I think that was, all taken into consideration for staff to not require that they tear out the concrete or asphalt to put in
Okay,
lot trees.
just curious. Thank you.
Okay, there are no issues here. No speakers against you. You have achieved staff approval and more notably, the area commission approval. So, nothing new changed in the text.
There is no tax. This is an unrestricted
Okay.
M2 district.
In that case, I think we shall follow the roll.
Can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
Years ago, I learned to live by the rule that you always learn something in about a month and a half. I'll be 82. And this past year and a half, because of the pandemic, I've learned how to Zoom conference, I think. I've learned how to submit building permits by mail, I think. But through all this process for the last year and a half, there were two people that helped me immeasurably through all the confusion, and maybe because of my age. But one is this girl over here, Shannon Hahn, and the other who's not here is Andy Beard. Thank you.
And your name for the record, because I don't think you gave that. Your name for the record.
Oh, my name is James, Monsul, Monsol.
Reason he's got that walker with him is because he's had so many dunks in his youth that he damaged both
You and me
him
both.
and Okay, please call the roll.
Hey, and Mokwe?
Well, I say yes, I think I'll concur with what you said, Shannon said could help. So thank you. Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden.
Yes.
John Ingerson. And Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
We have
Sorry to take your time.
About 40 minutes. to go.
breaks, so if you need a bathroom,
Order dinner.
snack, whatever. And yeah, I, this is new ground, but we thought it would be best to spread out the agenda to
Yeah.
people, so we'll just bear with it.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, we didn't have any time to think about the agenda either, so that's the other thing. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. In a whole hour.
Okay, are we ready?
Ready?
Okay, we're back in action. Case number 5, C21 -024, 1646 Bearwood Avenue.
Before I begin, please note the revised limitation text provided in your supplemental packet dated 7/7/2021. The site consists of 2 parcels. The northern parcel is undeveloped in the C3 commercial district, and the southern parcel is developed industrial commercial building, in the R2 residential district. The applicant is requesting the LC4 limited commercial district to permit limited commercial uses on site. North of the site is a convenience store in the C3 commercial district. South of the site are single-unit dwellings in the R2 residential district. East of the site is a commercial building in the C3 commercial district. And west of the site is a commercial retail building in the C3 commercial district. Concurrent CV 21-044 has been filed and includes variances to interior parking lot landscaping and screening from adjacent residential districts. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the South Side Plan, which recommends neighborhood commercial land uses at this location. The site is also subject to the Columbus citywide planning policies and design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Columbus South Side Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The limitation text includes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address traffic access and landscaping and screening. The proposed LC4 limited commercial district permits limited commercial uses at this location. The limitation text includes appropriate use restrictions and development standards that are consistent with the surrounding zoning and development pattern. Additionally, the requested LC4 district is consistent with the Southside Plan's land use recommendation for neighborhood commercial uses at this location and incorporates a high level of landscaping and screening between the right-of-way and parking lot consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. Therefore, our recommendation is for approval. Have an answer any questions.
Okay, no questions. Dan, traffic
No traffic issues.
and planning, Chris.
No issues.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak regarding this request? Okay, you have staff approval and area commission approval, so you've done your work. Is there anything you want to add to the staff's presentation?
Thanks, Chair Fitzpatrick. My name is Eric Zartman, attorney for the applicant. I just wanted to add that we have a recommendation, unanimous vote from the area commission, which was the result from the applicant working with the Civic Association and the area commission to make some improvements and also reduce some variances and restrict some obnoxious uses from the C4 district. So we're happy to make an adaptive reuse of the existing building, and it's a project that we think is consistent with the land use plan and the C2P2 development guidelines. So appreciate it. And be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for applicant? Okay, we need a motion to approve the 7/7/21 updated text. This case. Second. Okay, we got Marty and Matt. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, please call.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Abstain.
Kay Unwickway,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Okay, our next case number 6, Z20-055 2432 Cleveland Avenue.
In your supplemental packet, you will see the results of a right-of-way dedication exception request, as well as a revised site plan and development text which reflects additional traffic impacts. The site consists of 16 parcels developed with a religious facility, several dwellings, and an apartment building zoned in the R4 residential and C1 and C4 commercial districts, and partially located within the Cleveland Avenue North Linden Urban Commercial Overlay. The applicant requests the CPD Commercial Plan Development District to permit a mixed-use development consisting of 100 senior housing units and commercial space along the Cleveland Avenue frontage. The rezoning has been filed as a condition of ordinance number 1653-2020, CV 20-049, which was approved by City Council on July 20th, 2020. To the north is a single-unit dwelling in the R4 residential district, and across Myrtle Avenue are commercial buildings and a religious facility in the C4 commercial district. To the south is a commercial building in the C4 commercial district and single-unit dwellings in the R4 residential district. To the east, across abandoned railroad right-of-way, are single-unit dwellings in the R3 residential district. To the west, across Cleveland Avenue, is vacant land and a commercial building in the C4 commercial district. The site is within the planning area of the North Linden Neighborhood Plan Amendment, which recommends neighborhood mixed use and medium-density mixed residential land uses for this location, and includes adoption of Columbus citywide planning policies design guidelines. The site is within the boundaries of the North Linden Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text includes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building and parking setbacks, height, maximum number of senior housing units, maximum square footage of commercial space, access, and landscaping. Additionally, the text includes commitments to develop the site as demonstrated on the submitted site plan and landscaping. Variances are included for vision clearance, density for elderly housing, UCO building design standards, and to permit a maximum building height of 45 feet in the H35 height district. The Columbus Multimodal Thoroughfare Plan identifies this portion of Cleveland Avenue as a urban commuter corridor requiring 100 feet of right-of-way. A right-of-way dedication exception request has been completed and can be found in your supplemental packet. A traffic study has also been approved in conjunction with the proposed acquisition of Linden Avenue associated with this application. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District is considered to be an appropriate district for this mixed-use development previously permitted by Ordinance 1653-2020. Staff supports the proposal as the request is consistent with the of the plan and is compatible with the zoning and emerging development patterns of the area. Additionally, the site plan contains adequate landscaping and design elements that address the street and enhance the pedestrian experience as recommended by the North Linden Neighborhood Plan Amendment and C2P2 design guidelines. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of parent? Dan, traffic issues?
As Haley mentioned, a traffic study has been approved for the proposed change to the street network. To mitigate this change, the applicant has committed to converting the alley along the southern frontage of the site to one-way westbound and to construct a sidewalk that will connect the existing sidewalk along Linden Avenue to Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. Is the action text dated June 18th?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Planning person?
Yeah, no further comments.
Okay, I see no speakers in opposition. You two want to identify yourself for the record?
Thank you. Laura Comack, 17 South High, Suite 700, Columbus, Ohio 43215. And with me,
Leah Evans, I work for Homeport, and I'm very excited to be here and thank you for the opportunity to share about this project.
Great. Is there anything you would like to add to staff's presentation?
I would just add a note that we also worked diligently to address some of the needs from the One Linden plan, the community plan that the community worked on for several years as related to creating more activity along Cleveland Avenue and a downtown Linden center. So Haley did a great job. Just wanted to throw that One Linden aspect in there because that was a really focused comments that we got back from North Linden.
Okay, great. We always like to hear that the staff is humming along. People trying to make progress. Okay, if there's nothing else to insert, June 18th is the text that is in the report. So
correct.
We don't.
And revised plan.
Okay, and the revised plan that goes with it. Do we need to put that in?
Motion to, yeah.
Need a motion to serve, but no move. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, please call the roll.
Amanda Golden?
Yes.
John Emerson?
Yes.
Kay Emerson?
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Case number 7, C21-045, 933 Low Street.
Site consists of 3 parcels developed as a parking lot in the R4 residential district. The properties received zoning code violation for vehicle parking and storage on residentially zoned property. The requested LM limited manufacturing district permits a parking lot and limited manufacturing uses to address the active violation. North of the site is a manufacturing office uses in the M manufacturing district. East of the site is a parking lot in the M manufacturing district. South of the site is undeveloped land in the R4 residential district and a single family home in the M manufacturing district. West of the site is an electrical substation in the M manufacturing district. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Milo Grogan neighborhood plan, which recommends heavy industrial land uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes early adoption of the Columbus citywide planning policies, design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Milo Grogan Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. And the limitation text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address the parking setbacks. The requested LM limited manufacturing district will permit the site to be redeveloped as limited manufacturing uses or a parking lot. The limitation text includes appropriate use restrictions, and the request is consistent with the zoning and development pattern of the area and with the Milo Grogan neighborhood plan's recommendation for heavy industrial land uses at this location. Additionally, the request will not add incompatible land uses to the area, and therefore our city department's recommendation is for approval.
Okay, Dan, any traffic issues here?
No traffic issues.
And Chris?
No issues.
Okay, no one's here to oppose you. You achieved your positive input. Would you like to add anything?
No, I would not.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick
Yes.
There's a big difference to me between limited manufacturing use or a parking lot. Is there an actual plan to develop this as something other than a
No,
parking lot?
no. We had to bring it in conformance since parking's not allowed on R4. So by doing this, we're making it available to the actual building that's already there, which is owned by the same company. So,
So it's really an accommodation in that direction.
yes, ma'am.
And it's actually limited industrial areas.
And I think before Connie had filed his application, we were just thinking maybe potential future development instead of zoning it strictly for a parking lot and nothing else. Why not zone it to the same as the abutting properties in case there's any.
That makes sense. I was just, I
Right.
was confused. Okay.
Since the M district allows a parking lot as a sole use, it kind of was worked both ways there.
Thank you.
Okay, with no further ado, please call the roll.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Ed Woodway,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Approved. Okay, case number 8.
Oh, we have a break.
Oh, we have a break?
Yep, it's 6:45. The next items are on the 7 o'clock agenda.
Oh, only a 15-minute break?
Only a 15-minute break this time.
How's that sound to you, Dave?
Right.
Okay, case number 8, Z21-041, 3900 Scioto Darby Creek Road.
The site consists of one parcel in the R1 residential district that is developed with a single unit dwelling. Requested LM Limited Manufacturing District will permit a landscaping and contractors storage yard with wholesale and retail nursery uses. North of the site is a single unit dwelling in the R1 residential district. East of the site are light manufacturing uses in the M2 manufacturing district. South of the site is an electrical substation in the M1 manufacturing district. West of the site is a landscaping contractor's office and storage yard and wholesale retail nursery in the LM Limited Manufacturing District. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Tree Roberts Area Plan, which recommends light industrial land uses at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the West Scioto Area Commission. The recommendation is for approval. The limitation text establishes permitted uses and supplemental development standards that address traffic access, open space, landscaping, and fencing. The requested LM Limited Manufacturing District will permit landscaping and contractor storage yard with wholesale and retail nursery uses at this location. The limitation text includes appropriate use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address traffic access, no build zone, buffering, fencing, and screening. The requested LM district is consistent with the Tree Roberts Area Plan recommendation for light industrial land uses at this location and does not add incompatible land uses to the area. Staff does note that there appears to be a stream or ditch towards the rear that bisects the lot and could be impacted by future development of the site. But we are recommending approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Dan, any traffic questions here?
No traffic issues.
Chris?
No issues.
Okay, the applicant is here. It appears there are no speakers. You want to add anything besides your name for the record?
Yes, good evening. I'm Dave Perry here as agent for the applicant. And I haven't quite put my finger on it, but there's something different about this meeting. Thank you very much. This 2-acre parcel is very, very narrow and deep. Hidden Creek Landscaping acquired this after their LM zoning was done in 2012. So it's a small addition to the nursery.
Okay, any further comment or question? Okay, please call the roll.
Diane McQuay,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Next case number 9, Z21-043, 573 East Hudson Street.
Before I begin, please note that there is an opposition letter to this request from Fred Smith, the director of this Ohio History Connection, in your supplemental packet. The site consists of one undeveloped parcel in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The existing CPD district permits car wash facilities, but only in conjunction with the convenience store use. The requested CPD district will permit a standalone car wash facility. North of the site is a warehouse office building in the M manufacturing district. South of the site is an auto repair shop and grocery store in the M manufacturing district. East of the site is right of way for Interstate 71. West of the site is a maintenance facility owned by the state of Ohio in the M manufacturing district. There is no council adopted land use plan at this location. However, the site is subject to Columbus citywide planning policy and design guidelines. The site is not within the boundaries of an area commission or civic association. The CPD text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building setbacks, parking setbacks, traffic access, lot coverage, street trees, landscaping, building materials, and includes a commitment to develop the site as demonstrated on the submitted site plan. Additionally, a variance to exclude a bypass lane for the car wash has been included in the text. The proposed CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit a car wash facility. The CPD text includes appropriate use restrictions and supplemental development standards, and includes a commitment to develop the site as demonstrated on the submitted site plan. While there is no land use recommendation for the site, C2P2 design guidelines recommend that car wash building be located parallel to Silver Drive, with sidewalks provided on the south and western frontages of the site, and with additional street trees and landscaping provided on the Silver Drive and south frontages of the site. While the applicant has committed to sidewalks, street trees, and landscaping, limiting factors prevent the building from being parallel to Silver Drive. As a result, staff supports the request, including the building placement, but continues to encourage additional landscaping in the area between the road and drive aisle for greater consistency with the C2P2 design guidelines. Our city department's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, question, by anybody? Dan, traffic?
To address some of the traffic questions that were raised in the supplemental packet, car wash use isn't anticipated to generate enough traffic to hit the traffic impact study thresholds as required in this application. For car washes, we typically look at making sure there's enough stacking for the day, your first warm west after a long period, and we're comfortable with the site layout that's proposed here. Also, the car wash intensity is less intense from a traffic perspective than what's currently permitted from the site.
Okay. And planning, Chris?
Tim covered it, that we were asking for some site plan revisions originally, but due the size and configuration of the site wasn't possible, so we continue to request and encourage additional landscaping on the site, but we're not conditioning approval on.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not? Again, the site is already zoned for car wash and convenience store, so it wasn't a significant change of use. We don't have use, there's no plan in place here. All we have is C2P2, so we're going off of design guidelines there exclusively. So with the constraints that they have on the sites, we're requesting that those be made, but we'll do that here.
I'm reading this landscaping note, 2-foot height. Screening along the stacking plane. Is that good with both?
3 feet.
3 feet?
3 feet is the headlight screening requirement. Yeah.
Right.
Our request was to encourage additional.
When you say additional, what would be an example of additional?
It could be additional street trees, additional height, some tall grasses, those kind of things.
Is that something, Dave, that your client's okay with?
Well, this site has a lot of frontage. If you take a look at the site plan, we have an enormous amount of street frontage. And there's already a commitment to 13 or 15 street trees. The planning staff asked for street trees along the south private drive to Lowe's. It's not a street. It's not a street, but there was a request to continue the street tree line along the private drive to the entrance to Lowe's. That was agreed to. The additional sidewalk on the private drive that would not otherwise be required was agreed to. And I members of the commission, I'd ask you to look at the site plan. You see how irregular the site is. And the current ordinance has a 150-foot no development area from Hudson Street south. This has maintained that. And the site geometry with the irregular shape and the curves will result in much deeper pavement setbacks than would normally be the case. If you follow your eyes around the line of the headlight screening, if this were a rectangular site there, we would be looking at, the code would allow a 10-foot parking setback. So just simply because of the site geometry, much more landscape setback, much more grass will be provided. And Moo Moo Car Wash as a developer always does annual and perennial plantings also. So it's just, we're providing a lot of green space already. And there's been a big commitment to street trees and the additional walks requested.
All right, well, I think that's consistent with the maze of roads.
Yeah.
Okay, we do not have any motion to make with this case. No further questions? Call the vote.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay McQuaid,
Yes.
Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, case number 10. D20-114, 457 Cleveland Ave.
This application was tabled at the June 2021 Development Commission meeting at the request of the Development Commission. The 9.43 acre site consists of 6 parcels and is developed with manufacturing development, formerly the Kroger Bakery, in the M manufacturing district. The applicant proposes the AR2 apartment residential district in order to construct a multi-unit residential development. To the north of the site is a portion of Abbott Laboratories and the M manufacturing district. To the south and west is Interstate 670 and manufacturing and multi-unit residential developments in the DD downtown district. To the east across Cleveland Avenue are Columbus City Schools facilities and the C4 commercial and AR1 apartment residential districts. Concurrent CD 20-128 commits to a site plan consisting of the existing Kroger North and Kroger South buildings and 3 new apartment buildings with a total of 448 dwelling units and 8,850 square feet of commercial space. Variances to conform the existing building heights of 66 feet, permit height of 66 feet for the new proposed building C, reduce the minimum number of required parking spaces from 791 to 599, and reduce the building setback and perimeter yard are included in this request. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is not in a planning area, but Columbus citywide planning policies, design guidelines are applicable to the site. C2P2 encourages the preservation of contributing buildings and buildings which exhibit historic qualities. Multi-unit residential developments should face public streets, incorporate plazas and courtyards, place parking behind the buildings, and use high-quality and durable materials. Planning Division staff supports the proposal as presented as it preserves the adaptively reuse of the former Kroger Bakery and meets all of the design guidelines with regards to building orientation, parking, and open space. The guidelines also state that height variances should be evaluated based on adjacent uses. The height variance conforms to the height of the former Kroger buildings and will have no discernible impact on the surrounding area. Staff notes that the mixed-use pattern of the development, combined with pedestrian accessibility and access to a transit corridor, and which makes the requested parking reduction appropriate. The site is not located within the boundaries of a civic association or area commission, but the existing south building is listed on the local and national historic registries. As such, the Historic Resources Commission has provided a recommendation for approval. A traffic impact study is in progress in conjunction with this application. Additional commitments or changes to the proposed access configuration may be needed based on the results of the approved traffic impact study and will be addressed with the current council variance. The requested AR2 apartment residential district will allow the adaptive reuse of a historical manufacturing area into a mixed-use development that is compatible with its surroundings and comparable to nearby recent infill residential development proposals. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval. Within your supplemental packet is a letter of opposition from the adjacent Abbott Laboratories facility and supplemental materials that were provided by the applicant. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Any questions? Shannon? Okay, Dan, traffic issues or any more you can add at this point?
A revised traffic impact study was recently submitted for this application. It's pending review. At this point, we are comfortable that there is not likely to be any offsite commitments needed. And based on conversations with the applicant since the last meeting, we believe the site access issues have been resolved. But of course, we want to complete our review of the traffic impact study.
Okay. Chris?
No further comment. As noted, it's C2B2 only. There's no land use recommendation for the area. And we find it to be consistent with those guidelines.
Chris, I've got a question for you guys. It's going to come up. The noise ordinance. Have you guys had any further consultation with the city attorney or any issue there? I mean, there's a statute that, that's a great impediment to this kind of development.
I'm not familiar enough with the noise ordinance to speak to that. It's not a planning issue.
65 is.
60 is not.
I have no idea what they have there.
Well, 60 decibels is normal conversation. And manufacturing allowed 80 decibels 24/7. It's not linear scale from 60 to 80, and it doubles every 3 decibels in sound pressure. So,
All right, well, let's get into the speakers. We have the applicants here. Is there anything you'd like to add to the staff's report?
No, not at this time.
Give us your name for the record.
Brent Sobczak with Casto Communities. I don't know if you want to do yours yet, but
No.
thank you for having us here. I thought I'd like to start out with kind of our vision and process on kind of how we got here for this development, then turn it over to Carmine to get into a little more detail on the design, and then circle back and address some of the concerns raised around noise and the activity. So this development, we were attracted to this site to start out based on, the proximity to downtown, the proximity to the short north, to Italian Village, the freeway accessibility, the freeway visibility, being on the Cleveland Avenue corridor, the growth associated with Cleveland Avenue, what's going on at Columbus State and what's going to be coming from Columbus State. But also, and probably primarily, was it's a 9-acre site that is kind of a blank canvas with 2 significant historic buildings located on it. And we saw it as a great opportunity to create something very unique and special to the Columbus market. So we studied a lot of developments around the country that had a lot of similar characteristics, kind of coming out of an industrial use, historic building, freeway, and just maybe not connected to a neighborhood, but close to everything. And ultimately, what we landed on was a residential kind of enclave where we've combined all of these different buildings, historic and new, and then tried to create this self-contained amenity and inward-facing development that is focused on these amenities, with the primary amenity being a 3-acre park, which the majority of these units front. And I'll let Carmine kind of walk through the detail of it, but that is kind of the vision, and it's to create all these different opportunities from a housing perspective. We've got units within loading docks, we've got units with solariums, new units, historic lofts. And so it provides, to me, a huge variety that is very unique to the Columbus market. And I don't know if you can bring up our slideshow. Oh, here's the PDF.
Share content, there we go. There. Yeah. So,
We good?
thanks, sorry.
That's okay.
Oh. Thanks.
So as Brent mentioned, I'm Carmine Russo with Realm Collaborative, principal there, and we were the lead designers on this project from an urban space planning perspective, but also trying to create place. As Brent mentioned, this is a site that we knew we needed to create a destination for and to create a place like on the map for the city of Columbus. As he mentioned, just, north of 270 or 670 there, with some connectivity to Cleveland Avenue. Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah. Get it. So if you look at the existing site, just to quickly kind of, get our bearings on this, but here are the two existing buildings, the north and the south building, that are going to be redeveloped. All of the new buildings then are going to wrap around that space. And one of the most important things that we really recognized with this site was that, there's these views to downtown, but we also wanted to create these inward facing views to these elements that we were going to create within the project. And so we were very much inspired by, industrial redevelopment projects throughout the country, as Brent mentioned, particularly, the Domino Sugar Factory in New York City, something that the whole mixed-use development is really centered around this park space. And so, as he mentioned, we have this 3-acre park that we started to subdivide into these moments throughout the space where we could, maximize passive and active uses and also create, community gathering spaces and amenity spaces. And that's kind of what you see here. So the spaces that we break down, and we'll just run through them real quickly so you can understand. And we've spent probably about a year working on this project, trying to conceptualize these spaces and really create these unique environments that some of them may not see at all in Columbus at this point. So we have the docks, this, more urban plaza space that connects to the yard development between the B and C buildings in the future, a promenade space that connects down to a larger open park space, and a pool deck associated with the north building. Something that's very unique to this development. You see usually pools like centered in the middle of the space with, some deck chairs around it. So it's something very different. And so you can see some of those spaces and how they start to develop. The park itself is meant to be flexible. We do have that large retaining wall up against the 670 interstate, something that we're also proposing to do a lot of, since there's all these really interesting industrial artifacts throughout the site, keeping some of these mast arms and potentially doing a public art piece up against the wall that, creates a moment underneath it. Open, flexible lawn that could be used for events, but just could be a passive space for you to, throw a Frisbee or bring your dog to. And some more permanent seating that helps to anchor the edge with some, shade trees. So again, trying to keep things very urban, very contemporary, things like you see, throughout the country in some of these, upper developments that you see. Within the park itself, there might be some more planting, vegetation, gathering spaces like you see here, moments for, interaction with some of the residents or, some of their friends that might be visiting. So again, thinking about how this is really a destination where people would actually really want to come and visit you there because you have all of this great amenity space. And the pool deck, which is just adjacent to a lot of the great interior amenities that they're planning for. This is actually on an existing elevated platform that I think was used for the rail cars that came into the building. So we're sort of repurposing that and trying to create something very unique again, keeping in line with some of these just like steel I-beams, but letting some of that vegetation grow up onto it and keeping things very green. On the north side, we have the this urban plaza space anchored by some type of focal point. But again, all of these units are really meant to really be inward facing and look at these space and look down on this and, sort of create this more intentional kind of community where everybody kind of knows each other, but, you see each other throughout the space and throughout the day. Promenade with, some type of unitized paving system. Building C really had this potential to create more of an urban edge and a sort of step down, stupid kind of front. So again, trying to create this almost feeling like you're in a street in an urban space, but it's really enclosed within the development itself. And the yard space, we found a lot of these steel cages and doors throughout the building that we're hoping we can repurpose out into this space and help to create something very unique and iconic that kind of ties back to the industrial history of the site. And inside that yard, creating a grove of trees, high canopy, just something that creates some, shade for people to sit around the edges. And I think the hope here is that you're kind of getting this and feeling that like you're maybe downtown or in like an urban courtyard, but it's really on your own site where, your own residence. And this space is probably the one we're even the most excited about because we're going to repurpose some of the docks on the north building and turn them into residential units like Brent mentioned. But we have this really interesting pathway that moves through the space. So you've got residents that can look out onto it, see the green, but you can also move through a couple passive seating areas as you go in and out of the development each day. Thanks, Carmine. So to kind of circle back on the noise and the activity level, we did a lot of due diligence before we purchased this site to make sure we didn't think that would be an impediment to the market from an end user standpoint. But coming out of last meeting, we felt like we needed to do some additional studies. So first, we did an acoustic test. That was performed by Acoustical Systems, Inc., and it was just completed. And what you see there are in yellow, 4 different locations, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 intended to be where building A is, 2 where building B is, 3 where building C, and 4 is actually located 25 feet on top of an existing roof structure that would be demolished. But the thought was to get some elevation to really try to show that the noise is really coming from 670. On the right side of the screen, you can see the limits from a residential standard from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. At site 1 is 56, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is 58. So site 1 really is facing a parking lot, kind of no different than what exists in many other locations. Site 2, a little higher. So we're at 57.2 on the decibel at 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's at 62, still below the residential limit. Then 10, moving down, as you move closer to the freeway, that the report clearly states it increases in noise as the closer you get to the freeway. Number 3 still under. Number 4 jumps above slightly at 7 a.m. to the 10 p.m. timeframe, which is driven by traffic volume from the morning and afternoon commute. And again, that's no different than many other projects we have around town adjacent to freeways. From an activity standpoint, we set up a GoPro camera on the 4th floor of the north building. We tried to capture, which you can see here, kind of the view that we tried to capture, which would, from our estimation, would be the majority of the views of building A and B. So this is a screenshot of where the camera was placed. We set that camera, the acoustic test was done for a 48-hour period, Tuesday to Thursday. This camera was placed for 2 48-hour periods. And we've got the video if you guys want to watch it on a time lapse. But for where building A is located here on the right, that's essentially employee parking lot. Again, no different than a surface lot downtown or anywhere else. There is some loading docks back here that have some activity. Building B has more activity in this area. And what we found over this 4-day period, there's on average about 10 semi-trailers and about 7 boxcars that leave this vicinity. We think there are more loading docks on the north side, and they're coming down this cut through here. And so on average, again, about 10 semis, about 7 boxcars a day. Don't think that's very high volume. Takes them about 2 to 2.5 minutes to get off site. We're assuming they're not going out onto Cleveland Avenue because of maneuverability. And they're actually going through a cut through under 670 to a much larger facility that Abbott owns and stores trucks. We're not in their business, but it seems like that's a much more intense activation. So it is adjacent to an existing residential use called Commons at Buckingham. That is a senior living facility owned by National Church residents. We spoke to National Church residents to try to get some kind of background on their residents and any complaints they've had and kind of understand what's going on. According to them, it is a heavy semi-traffic area. They've been there for 10 years.
It was initially opposed by Abbott to start out. I think they have a fine relationship. They say they haven't spoken to them in 10 years. And to their knowledge, they have no resident complaints to Abbott or the city. We also followed up with the city through economic development, and they confirmed that they have no noise complaints or resident complaints through their 311 systems at Buckingham Commons. So kind of continuing on for us, one of the big thing of creating this destination and this sense of security and you know, you're close to everything, but you've got everything there on site. We are very thoughtful on our access points, our gates, our fencing, so that no one could get on site unless they're a resident or they were invited by a resident. So this kind of shows how we placed our gates, and I'll briefly go through these courts and the court design or the gate design detail. This is the most northern gate that would be adjacent to Abbott. Kind of shows where the fence location and how the gate detail works. This is a little more detail. This next slide here is our gate plan that would wrap the site and dead into 670. It's an 8-foot high gate. We did reach out to Abbott last week to see if they wanted to discuss screening or fencing or any other issues, even from a noise standpoint. So, I mean, from our perspective, we're willing to even put clauses in our lease because with our residents that they need to contact the property manager for any noise issues and acknowledge what the existing conditions are. Because we think just purely from a common sense standpoint, if there is a noise issue, they are going to contact the owner, which is us. I'd also like to kind of point out on building B here, which is where you could say the heavy activity is. The ground floor is parking. And so we're really looking at about 40 units in that section. The rest of this is all, again, inward facing or facing a parking lot. So from our standpoint, kind of to try to summarize it, I think we've been very thoughtful and thorough and trying to create a very unique development. And we're willing to work and try to find a solution, but we also don't think it's as magnified as being portrayed. Happy to answer any questions.
Tell me about the red line there. Go to the Cleveland Avenue piece of the property. You have green space that stretches to the west, about 80 feet. And then you have 0 setback parking right up against that fence.
Yeah, so for,
You're the new guy. This usually works in the reverse direction. You're the new guy coming into the neighborhood. Everybody else has been there forever. They make noise, they make noise. They drive by in a truck, they drive by in a truck. It's your people. Be looking out their window and see the rumble of the truck and deal with it. Fence keeps kids or pets from straying out and commingling with semis and other activity. That's great. But this is kind of a clash of civilizations along the line that goes west of that green space. Is there any way you can scooch building B in enough to put a 5-foot planting strip and come up with some kind of greenscape that would break that up and make that more humane?
My initial response is I think it jeopardizes and pinches the space that we're trying to create interior wise that benefits a greater amount of units. I think it's something we can explore. I'll let Carmine.
yeah, I think, you know, we actually during the planning phase did look at that to try to keep that consistent buffer the whole way across that north property line. But it really did impede our ability to then create usable space between these two buildings. It actually became even a thinner space than what we have in the docks area. And so we you know, we kind of lost that ability to do that there.
You have a blow up of that strip of parking.
Zoom in, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, you've got 1, 2, 3, you've got 4 islands. So 20 feet, break up the pocket parking, and nothing in between. A lot of shopping centers have 3 diamonds that straddle the 4 corners of 4 parking spaces. They don't allow for a towering oak tree, but they allow for a tree substantive enough to break up the monotony and the harshness of that line. I would encourage you to put a few of those kinds of tree diamonds, half diamonds, that would allow for a tree to go right on the line demarcation between cars and that was going to hit it with the bumper. And spread out a little canopy and soften that harsh connection. This would have been called zoning 15, 20 years ago, or spot zoning 15 or 20 years ago, like a jarring change of color in the zoning map. But you're on the right track with everything. That's a kind of an ouchy area that I don't think you've taken as far as you could easily take a project of this magnitude. That's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of space. But something like that mean a lot to your own people, your own market.
That's definitely something we can do. So we'll look at it.
All right, any other comments?
I like your idea. I mean, I think it's a very worthy project. I think you just have a large impediment with the noise ordinance. That's a little bit bigger than, I mean, I can't encourage, you can't take away somebody else's rights and cause them to be in jeopardy of violation. I know you've done some studies, I see what's going on there, but that's now, it's not the future. They have that right in perpetuity. You guys have to make some accommodation there. The green breakup of that is a great idea. I'm reminded of Columbus, Indiana. There's a bell switching building that's sort of got the green monster wall in front of it. It's a space frame screen, got growth on, green growth on it, and it kills noise. I mean, there's some creative ways to maybe handle this that'll work. But, when you look up anything on sound and decibels, they give you the example that cars are about 60, normal conversation 60, trucks are 80. They rely on it for their business. Maybe we'll all be electric in 20 years and we won't have that kind of issue, but you're limiting your neighbor's use by your request. And I just foresee that there's problems. Somebody's going to say down the line, who said this was a good idea? I mean, we're looking at it.
Along those lines, primarily noise, but perhaps other issues. Talk to me again about the suggestion or the offer you made to put certain clauses in your leases and what the topics were and
I mean, I would say we're open to that. We haven't, the neighbors were not willing to meet. So, whether that's a good neighbor agreement where we handle any noise complaints, whether it is that and we put clauses in our lease where the residents have to, if they have noise issues, come to us. I think those options are on the table, but, I don't know what's, we're talking about decibel levels and what standard are we being held to, and we're trying to address it, and there's no kind of reciprocal.
held to the standard that applies to the city of Columbus and city ordinances. And my thought is, if you put release language in your leases, for example, in your residential apartment leases, would release language
in other words, literally releasing Abbott and anyone else, not releasing necessarily
Yeah.
you folks. Would that even be binding? And has anybody possibly looked into that? Because apropos to John's comments about noise and possibly truck activity and related activity, a good neighbor agreement, it's perhaps always sounds better than nothing, but I don't know that you can take away your lessee's legal rights to go after Abbott or some subsidiary or organization that's deemed to be responsible for the noise or the other interference with, common enjoyment of property. But I would have somebody look into release language in your leases that wouldn't violate some other, federal provision, because I can imagine a million ways it could go wrong. And I don't know if that would give comfort to your neighbor or not. And again, you're gonna be bound, you may not be bound, but Abbott's gonna be bound to the noise ordinances. And I think that's the concern that John is expressing, is that, these lovely names like the roaming forest, passive strolling. I don't know what passive strolling is, but that's because I don't work in this industry. But, noise is noise and trucks are trucks. And as the chairman said, the proximity to the fence and the location, I think it would be interesting to look into the legality of marking up your leases and having residents actually acknowledge information and perhaps waivers. Would they be binding? I don't have the faintest idea.
We can, in fair housing permit, if somebody wants, we can terminate the lease for that clause if we want to specify it to noise. That is something, we're fine with doing, because from our side, we don't think it will be an issue.
Do you plan to have an acoustic engineer involved in the evolution of working drawings? We're getting the cart ahead of the horse here. We need to.
We haven't discussed that, but.
There are triple track windows, there are acoustic clips, there are a lot of ways to create acoustic power in special areas. Castro, whose name is on the sheet here, owns an apartment project near Lazelle and the railroad tracks up near Polaris. Multiple times a day, trains just go barreling down that road, blowing their horns. And if normal conversation is 60 decibels, that must be 200 decibels. You can hear it a mile away. So I think structurally and architecturally, there's a way to give those 40 units enough of an isolation of the noise. And I don't think you legitimately can get a building permit if you don't, because those numbers are in the code. So it's just like having a firewall requirement. But visually, in creating a space, you've done all this work in all these other areas and given them great names. And that's the Berlin Wall there. It's not pretty. It's a fence. So that's a place where if you can just keep that up to the same level of quality, it's not going to be much money. It's only going to take a little bit of work for you to get there, but I think it means a lot to tie everything together. I think you got a good use here. So, and I think Marty's right. If Ross doesn't want this property, I think they've had their chance to get it. They didn't want it. Okay. Now they don't want to have to give up something they already have because somebody in your community is objecting to what they've been doing for 100 years. That's not right. So you need to take steps to quell that, and maybe a waiver and an acknowledgement that these existing conditions are part of the urban atmosphere. And if you want to live in the forest, don't live next to 670. Don't live next to And I think these operations in plant are mostly indoors, so it's pretty much trucks and dumpsters and plant. Make some noise from time to time, so you're on the 1 inch goal line. You're not far from getting this thing over the hump, but I would highly recommend that you take all those things into consideration and don't just stop short back there because you kind of triaged it out of your. Okay.
Yes, I think I agree with everything everyone has said, but have you thought about sound wall along that fence line? The architectural presentation is great. I think you've done everything that is great, but I believe if you introduce a sound wall, the same treatment you have given to other elements, you can easily address it so the sound wall is not offensive.
Yeah.
I think
I guess we haven't, because, the thought process of, and hearing some of the comments, our thought process has been, we're under the acceptable decibel limit. Why are we going over and beyond? And the true sound is coming from 670, so why are we going to treat the side that doesn't have the sound? So that's kind of been.
so that it can be a good neighbor.
Yeah. And that's where I'm trying to go with an agreement, either through our lease or through our lease and a separate agreement. And that's kind of where we're at.
All right, well, our job here is to decide whether we think this is an appropriate use or not appropriate, and not get down to what color can be the breaking details. And I think you've expressed an acknowledgement from your point of view of these little touches to a great master plan and a great repurposing. Don't stop short of the periphery, and because it's a code minimum. And who's going to benefit the most? Your own market, your own people. So I guess we can't make it a condition of the zoning that you get all those details worked out now while you're still in the concept stage. But we're on record here. There's a tape of this conversation, and you're expressing a willingness to deal with those things. And like Kay says, a sound wall maybe in a certain place will aid you. And if you don't do that, what's your other options? Triple track windows with, acoustic clips and insulation, sound deadening board, et cetera, et cetera. And you don't want it to look ugly. If you're going to live in one of those units, you don't want it to look ugly. You don't want somebody to go down the office and say, every time they load that loading dock number 4, I hear forklifts banging the blade and sick of it. Well, you can show them their lease. So I think Marty's got a good point to get that on paper. That's part of being an appropriate use. But I think we need to vote on this and get you moving. Okay, all right. Yes, we do. We have 3 opposition speakers.
Thank you very much.
Does this have our tone?
I don't know if the sound's gonna work great. We might have some feedback issues, but we'll try. There's one feedback. What else was trying to play the video?
Michael Jackson.
If it doesn't work, we might have to run it from that. PC.
That's fine. That's fine. Just a brief introduction and then we'll get on it. I'm Tom Evers. I'm Vice President of U.S. Government Affairs for Abbott. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My colleague Lori Foster, who is our divisional counsel for the nutrition division based here in Columbus. We appreciate the opportunity to be back here actually in person to talk about this. And at the last meeting, we expressed our strong opposition. I think some of you
touched upon the major points of our concern is what do we lose as property owners? And we have some prepared comments that we want to share with you, but before we do that, we want to give you a little bit of a view of the property from our standpoint. So if we could maybe show the video, please. Either do it over here or over there.
Because the feedback is going to be to,
Sure.
yeah.
Just do it your way. Click down.
Okay, that's there. Let's do share. I've got share. Share, okay. Okay. Is there supposed to be sound?
There is.
Okay. I don't know why that sound is not working. Yeah, normally we don't have sound on our videos and presentations, so.
Computer blind.
Oh, wait, here we go. It's off. There we go. Let me start it over again. Start it over. Okay,
Thank you.
sorry.
See if I can do this. We wanted to give you a little bit of a sense of what our property is like. You know, we have been there for 100 years. It is a 24/7 operation. We do run trucks right along that property line. They come at all hours, day and night, okay? Some days there's more, some days there's less, okay? But as you saw, the way our loading docks are situated, we use every inch of that property up to the property line. And look, we recognize that the city has done other urban infill developments in areas like, Jeffrey Place and some of the areas on the south side where manufacturing has stopped and business has closed. That's not the situation with us. We are an active, growing manufacturing site that has been there for 100 years. Within the last 2 years alone, we invested $90 million, okay, to put in a new manufacturing line there so that we could expand our capacity. In the last few years, we also took down one of the office buildings that was previously there. It was an office building I used to work in back, 15 years ago. We took that down so we can make room for more manufacturing lines. We did our own studies of sound. We took 6 readings along the property line and then in the parking lot and then closer to on the far side of the parking lot. We were above residential decibel noise levels, okay? And while we can talk about doing different things, the way the code reads is what is the decibel level at the property line? And we are loud, okay? We're loud for a residential area, but we are within limits for our manufacturing. We look at this and we say, from our standpoint, I don't think it's fair to say that we didn't buy the property and therefore, we have to accept whatever comes in there. It didn't fit our needs at the time, okay? And just because we didn't see that property as a potential expansion opportunity doesn't mean that we aren't going to plan to expand our property or our manufacturing or do something different on our property. Our concern is that this will constrain and take away our rights to use our property as we have used and legally for 100 years. We recognize that, there is noise from 670. Nobody can deny that, okay? But clearly, our trucks and our activity, we are concerned that will not create an enjoyable environment for residents. And as people look out their windows and they see our facility and they see a truck in the middle of the night while they're trying to sleep, they're gonna call, and we're gonna bear the brunt of that. So we understand. We were disappointed to see Kroger vacate. They were a good neighbor. We enjoyed that relationship, and we have no issues with the applicant. We just have issues with this particular rezoning going residential right next to us. And while, they are concerned about jeopardizing what they are trying to do, we are concerned about what rights are going to be jeopardized on our front. The commission asked some very pointed legal questions at the last meeting. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Lori. She's going to address some of those. But the other thing I will say is, if it would benefit at all, we would welcome members of the commission to come to our facility, to walk the property, to see the site, to get a better feel of it. Because we do think that, this is an important decision that will have impact on what we do today, but then also moving forward. Lori?
Thank you, Tom. Again, I'm Lori Foster, the Division Counsel. I was based at Cleveland Avenue until 2010, so I know the site very well. And when we began to transition our office space to the Easton area, that's when I moved offices. So fundamentally, we're here today not only to protect our existing operations, but our ability to change our business and modify how we proceed in the future. And so it's very important to Abbott to take that longer term view of this. And that's why part of the reason this is so concerning to us. But I wanted to follow up on some of the legal questions that were raised at the last meeting. And first of all, we wanted to address certain provisions of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies and Design Guidelines document, C2P2. There are certain principles that we believe should be considered by the commission. First of all, guiding principle number 1 of the C2P2 states the protection and expansion of employment-oriented land uses, including office and manufacturing, is a priority. Here, that would mean that Abbott's existing operations should be prioritized over the developer's proposal. Second, the C2P2 guidance for warehouse and industrial uses states that loading, storage, and other external activities that generate noise and other impacts, as we have been discussing, should not face residential uses. We think that the new proposed units face 3 of Abbott's receiving docks. Each of those docks actually has multiple truck unloading bays, and those are all just across the property line. And in fact, when we look at the parcel, we think of that property line as a truck corridor because the trucks come in the back. It's a very tight area. They come in, they load or unload. They have to do kind of a U-turn, and then they have to back out and then go out of the property. So as you saw in the video, there's a lot of turning and a lot of time spent maneuvering because that is a very small area. So we respectfully ask the Development Commission to consider the policy considerations when making its recommendation. And then furthermore, during the last meeting, the commissioners asked whether this rezoning might legally hinder Abbott's ability to make future improvements or changes to our operations, facility, or property. Abbott's operating potential could be limited by city code. The location requirements for manufacturing districts set forth under City Code, Chapter 3363, Section 19, place geographic restrictions on certain changes in manufacturing use, specifically more objectionable uses within 600 feet of a residential property, which would be the case in this instance. In addition to concerns under the City Code, Abbott is concerned about complaints and potential legal actions from future residents. Some of those were previously mentioned by the commissioners in the discussion about obtaining releases under the lease. But actually, Ohio case law has multiple examples of cases brought by one property owner against another based on nuisance, noise, trespass, and other theories arising from the defendant's use of its property. Our research found nearly 20 nuisance cases since 2000 with similar facts of residents challenging adjacent businesses' long-standing and legal operations as unreasonably interfering with the use and enjoyment of their own property. Even if Abbott has defenses or legal strategies to deal with these kinds of claims, we should not have to face an increased risk of dealing with complaints, lawsuits, and the associated costs for legally using our property as we have for decades. Businesses like Abbott need certainty in the areas in which they operate. Furthermore, we believe future residents' interest in quiet enjoyment of their property would be in direct conflict with Abbott's interest in ensuring that we have the option to change and expand the way we do our future operations. As we thought about this, we thought if the tables were turned and there was an existing residential development in that neighborhood, and Abbott came along next door and decided it wanted to build its 247 operating manufacturing plant, we think that the residents and people looking at that objectively would have serious concerns. And so we think our concerns should be considered given that same level of consideration. So in closing, we think approving the application would be problematic because it would be in conflict with city planning policies. It would disrupt the existing and, more importantly, future use of our property. It would increase the potential for complaints and legal claims, and it would increase the cost while reducing the viability of operations at that site. Thank you for your attention, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Do you have that? I think I got stung by that 600-foot issue years ago. I put it out of my mind. What does that code statement stipulated?
It talks about future changes in what we do and more objectionable uses. That's the term that's phrased in the code. So it talks about our future. It's not really about what we're doing today. It's about in the future, if we do things that are considered more objectionable, that could be restricted because of the close proximity to the residential use.
Sorry. Yeah, that's exactly right.
So the Chairman, with respect, the point is really about protecting our future ability to change our operations or the way that we do things. It's not so much about what we're doing today. It's about Abbott has been at that site for nearly 100 years, and we want to continue to do business in Columbus. We believe in the city. We believe in that facility. We've invested a lot of money in it, and we have a lot of employees and a lot of revenue that's generated, but we must have certainty that we have the ability to change and adapt as our business changes.
Technology is not going to stop changing. Okay, let's, do we have a second speaker or do you have more to add?
No, that was it. We condensed down to two.
Questions or?
I almost wonder, is a resident going to be able to sue ODOT because of the highway being right there? I mean, you would think that the noise would be very similar. Are they able to sue ODOT because of the highway? They able to raise a complaint? I mean, how does it work, right? So if someone's choosing to live in that development, or a specific kind of person who looks and says, there's a highway here, manufacturing facility here, I'm willing to do that. I know I'm not moving to a quiet neighborhood.
Commissioner Golden, we didn't research that specific issue. However, we did see some case law that talked about, public taking land for highways and things along that line. And there is a public interest argument that often applies where the case law would say this highway is for the benefit of all of these people who use it. So there are some different public interests that might be considered if you were looking at ODOT or 670 versus a direct claim against Abbott. So I definitely haven't researched that issue, but I do know we did see some public policy concerns that would be different in that situation.
How would someone be able to prove that the decibels are getting over the 60, I don't know, which about the limits that they're happening from your property versus the highway? I'm sure it's a collective argument.
I mean, that should be, ODOT is a bigger, entity to take on, especially with concepts of eminent domain. I mean, look, we've gotten away with intersecting and ruining city neighborhoods for 100 years and more using eminent domain. So, Joe Dokes isn't probably going to win that, but Joe Dokes might feel like it can take on, someone who, despite the fact that they've been there traditionally. I don't think it's difficult to tell truck backup beeping noises from 670, kind of the hum of, although the trucks on 670, the downshifting, that noise. Whoever does the noise and decibel testing must have some sort of, distinguishing.
I thought it might be beneficial to bring up, I had Haley bring up the zoning map, because as you can see across the street, there's AR1 zoning within less than 600 feet. So adding this new residential district is not going to change anything with the fact that they are already within 600 feet of residential zoning.
Right. And if they were to go under the highway, aren't there no variance requirements at all? Which is where you're
downtown and mixed use, it allows all residential and industrial uses.
You would have no opportunity to go speak against a project if it was happening just literally under the highway.
Right, which I believe the example that was mentioned of regarding the Buckingham building is in that area. So that is actually a different situation in terms of Abbott's standing and ability to comment and provide. It wasn't technically a rezoning request.
And I mentioned at last month's meeting, you know, internally, we have a rigorous process when we select a new site location. And, you know, we would never cite a location this close to a residential unit. We just wouldn't. It's not good for the residents and it's not good for us. Okay, and we strive to be a good corporate citizen and a good neighbor. But, you know, we do make noise and it's a facility that has been there for a long time. We would not choose to build, you know, a new facility in the orange zoning on the other side of 670 because we don't believe it's compatible. And that's our argument today. We support the city's growth and development and we understand the need for more residential housing. But we don't think that it's a compatible use to put these two uses next to each other. And, you know, one of you last month mentioned, you know, that the health department has to come out and investigate these things. And that's going to be a burden on the city. It's going to be a burden on those future residents, and it's going to be a burden on us. And again, as a property owner, we are looking to continue to have the rights that we have today and we've had, you know, for 100 years. And we want those rights to continue and have the freedom without being jeopardized to do what we, you know, have been doing on our property and to adapt with, you know, again, we had an old manufacturing line. We took down an office building. We moved people over to our Easton campus, which is still in the city. We kept those jobs in the city, but we needed more space for manufacturing. Okay. And, you know, so we invested $90 million. We have future plans to invest in that facility over time. This creates uncertainty. And we don't think that our rights should be diminished. And yes, there's needs in the city, but we don't believe that this is a compatible use at all.
I personally feel that anytime there's a large development brought before us, there are always reasons why you can't pass them. I think this is just another one of those things being added to that list. I think our staff is very professional. Planning staff has recommended approval. Zoning staff has recommended approval. This building, I do not believe would be saved without all of this intense use. Both buildings around it. I think it's an appropriate use. I think I might be alone, but.
Well, no, I think, let's go back to the discussion of this line of demarcation. You know, in my mind, it's always, it's not what historical buildings face Cleveland Avenue. Your company has been up there, it's an icon, it's been there 100 years, it's very important to the city of Columbus. It would be very bad for the city of Columbus to turn their back on a loyal producer. So let's go back to the chain link 8-foot high fence. Let's say, what if that was 12 feet high, which is semi-truck height, way higher than truck engines and tires. And let's say that was a masonry wall. Big wall. We know that the applicant can put proper sound deadening features in the buildings that are close to that wall. Purple track windows, acoustic channels, sound deadening board, etc. Mass. Chain link fence isn't going to cut any sound. And adding a few trees is going to make it look prettier, but it's not going to cut any sound. Okay, let's say the sound issue was put to bed by the applicant finding a way in the budget to create this sound deadening mask for wall with proper detailing, and that lie between these two drastically different uses. At the same time, there's some kind of legal documents that say you're at your own, the new apartment use is at their own risk if they're offended by the noise. I mean, I agree with Amanda, if they're fit, if their skin's that thin, they probably aren't looking for a place to live in this property. They're looking out.
In Hilliard or Pascal.
So
there are kooks everywhere.
Well, people live by the railroad tracks. lots of people. You deal with, probably missed it, wasn't there. What would be your position if the applicant agreed to put a significant wall separation between these two uses in order to deal with the fact that there isn't 600 feet of space, which I don't know how long that clause has been in the code. I'm almost as old as your building, and I remember being put by that paragraph 40 years ago. But we're in changing times. There's a great appetite to come back and infill places like this. I've been in those buildings. I advise Kroger to paint all their ductwork blue, so Kroger logo blue. See if you can agree with the diesel building. What would you say about it?
You know, I don't think we're prepared to answer that. I mean, we continue to believe that having residential right next to us, it's not gonna, you can still stand at the property line and we're still out of code. So I don't believe that that alleviates all our problems.
I would actually make a build on that point. We are trying to plan for the future, and the future changes, and we don't know exactly what we're going to want to do 5 years from now. So even if we could say we wanted a lower building, not 4 stories, it's short, it's by a soundproofing fence, we don't know if the future is, you know, we have another monorail from a different part of our plant that takes the product back to the warehouse, for example. And we just can't plan today what we're going to want to do down the road. And that's where those limitations would really impact us the most.
Well, there's collisions of wills here, so we're going to have to deal with it.
Again, you're limiting rights of a future owner of the property, no less. I mean, look, you're taking away their rights and any future property owner's rights to a straight down zoning, of which there is less and less. You know, look, it's a neat project. Certainly it fits the city's needs. It's, you know, planners would drool over being invited to do that project and put their signature on it. But you're taking away somebody's rights that they've had and any future rights that property owner there might have. And that's a non-starter for me. If they get that taken care of and can satisfy that, I'm fine, but it's the city code right now, and I can't, you know, you can say that there might be somebody that shouldn't live there that would complain, but I've seen enough nuts in BZA hearings. You know, when somebody's aggrieved, they'll take it to whatever level they need to feel better about it, whether it's fair or not. So.
Also possible that no one would ever complain.
Well, I think we've got two sides of this arm wrestling match. Let's bring the applicants back up to the table. Let's questions. It's always possible.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's worth showing our video, which paints a much different picture.
I think we all understand the qualities of your design.
No, I mean the video of the trucks. I mean, actually where the trucks are coming, not on the other side of 670 or the noise inside the facility. You talk about kind of taking of property rights. I'm not an attorney, but the entire site is surrounded by residential. And we're saying we can't change this zoning because we're not ready for our future expansion, or we don't know what our future holds. I don't know how that's not a taking from a rights of this site. And the noise, I mean, look at White Castle, Goodale Landing, look at the avenue on 71 next to T. Marzetti. It's all around town. People will live where they want to live. And it's not, there's just wackos running around all across the city. So, and you've got Buckingham, which has been there for 10 years. So if there were issues, that is surrounded, if you pull up the aerial, I don't know which, if I put this in. I mean, if you zoom out to the south side, that's where the activity is. And I don't know, can I go ahead and I'll play our video? So you can all see how much you might have.
I pulled the thumb drive out.
Yeah, I've got it
Oh,
over
you
here.
got it.
Yeah. Take the drive. Maybe you should probably.
Oh. Yeah, why don't we just take it? It's just, does it have sound?
Yeah.
Do you need the sound?
No, I mean,
Okay.
it sounds the freeway. And you'll see a big light that shines. It's actually our light, right behind building A. It's a Word document. Time lapse, yep. You can pick either one. I think the first one's is 30 seconds. So that light is on our site. Got a loading dock with some light. It takes about 2 minutes for those trucks to get out in under 670. Most of them are moved with a yard truck because the semi cannot make the movement. So then when you jump to an aerial and see what's on the other side adjacent to a residential property and residential zoning, I guess I'm getting a little lost on kind of where we're at. But again, we're happy to increase the fence height, increase our window. And that's something, you know, we're exploring. We have, our south building has solarium units to address the freeway noise. So those are items that are all on the table for us. But again, no one was willing to meet. And just to back up, the city did reach out to Abbott to purchase this site. They were the ones who were the ones that arranged the meeting for us. And I think from an economic and kind of goal of the city, this type of use is what is needed for the city. We don't have to watch the rest of it.
Let me ask the people from Ross, what would, if the city of Columbus would make an adjustment to the antiquated 600-foot rule, which I think is based around Liebert Manufacturing and Timken Roller Bearing Plant and US Steel kind of manufacturing use? Not the urban kind of manufacturing use you have, and would adjust that 600-foot clause that I know is in the code and hold you harmless from making any changes in your facility and in your process that came along with technology. Most technology is going to go in the direction of being quieter rather than the founding steam-driven industrial revolution kind of manufacturing. Is there any way that would give you comfort, or are you just, the doors are shut and you're dropped anchor?
I mean, I worry again. I think the city code would help us understand that would not be a specific provision that we would be potentially in violation of. There is still a lot of case law and just cases, and the future residents could file lawsuits and complaints against Abbott. So it still does not give us the certainty that we can operate in a continuous way. That being said, of course, Abbott wants to maintain the good relationship we've had with the city for many years, but it doesn't address the key legal concerns that we had at this time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we've been talking for an hour and 17 minutes, and I think we need to move in the direction of getting this resolved. Any other comments or questions?
I still think you need more definitive work. I know you've done a lot. You've come, at least provided more information since the last meeting, but this is a weighing between principles and wants or desires of adaptive reuse. And I can tell you, I can't go against my principles on this one. I think it's a cool project. It would be neat, but it's just something right out of the box says you can't. If the shoe was on the other foot, I would imagine you would be arguing just as passionately for your rights. So that's kind of where I'm.
I think I've already spoken my concerns. I agree, it's a neat project. I just think it's exposing the longer term compliant resident to unfair and unknown legal issues and legal problems in the future. And I don't know that a national church residency underneath on the other side of 670 is a great description of the average resident who might otherwise complain. I wish we could have both. But I agree with John's comments about principles.
Do you as applicants have any tolerance for going back to the drawing board and back in contact with the city to officially deal with these juxtapositions? The 600-foot issue is a written law.
600 feet is already, they're already within 600 feet of a residential zoning district. So the property across the street would need to be rezoned to commercial, and I don't know if Columbus City Schools wants to do that.
But if
The zoning code is being updated, though. It's going to take a few years, but it's very well possible that
official input, I would think if the city went to Ross in the beginning and said, look, hey, we'd like you to buy this land, the city would have the interest to say, hey, isn't there some way we can update the code to 2021's juxtaposition of uses and make someone comfortable. Because I don't think Ross is disturbed that there's gonna be people living there as much as they're disturbed that the human nature that exists out there, somebody will throw a stone at them and then they'll have to run around and defend themselves and go through unknown consequences. And they're a big, long-time employer in the city of Columbus, and they deserve to have some accommodation or at least some discussion with official people to deal with. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if you can create a waiver that keeps some angry person in the complex stirring up ordinance. But I would like to see the project saved. But the argument from the other side is a real argument. So we are at this intangible, hypothetical kind of place in the road to make a decision, whether to go left or go right. It's intangible right now. And you can't tell. You know, the working drawings aren't done yet. Issues aren't clarified, but there is, I respect the concern that if they have their hands tied when they want to go set some new technique into play here and utilize the property that could have been done with the way things are now can't be done. So how can we make that go away? How can we resolve that? I don't know that we can resolve that tonight in this hearing, but I think we're down to no issues with the design and the very creative way these things, these spaces and units have been portrayed. It's the just juxtaposition of the two properties. It's where we are. No, nobody has any issue with you building apartments into the Kroger buildings in the existing facilities. Nobody said a word about that. They live in the same area. It's the juxtaposition of the R use next to the manufacturing use and the potential for there to be a problem down the road. So we're at a point where we can vote, or we can go and table this and let you try to find a way to resolve and firm up those hypothetical issues and make them more concrete. I think you have a very good use. There may be some way to accomplish all these goals and still accomplish a great master plan. But I think you need to firm up these concerns that are real concerns that have been raised. So what would be your wish? Table or go forward with a vote and take off? Go see city council.
We'll table and we'll come back. We'll work with
I
economic.
mean, your scope of concern used to be this wide, now it's this. It's a big scope, but you're talking about the northern boundary.
We will work on screening on the northern boundary. And
And I think you have to make inroads with city officials
we will,
to be proactive and say, let's don't wait for some unknown bogeyman to come forward 5 years from now, and create a problem. Let's look at the idea. This is no longer Timken roller bearing country. This is a whole different situations that we've got to make this code adjust accordingly.
we will work with economic development and city, because I know they're in favor of this moving forward. So
Now you jumped a lot of hurdles.
Yeah.
We're down to just the last few, but they're big. All right.
I would also suggest inviting Abbott to be part of that discussion.
we have.
Yeah, because it works both ways. Is it possible for you to have a representative come and weigh in on these things? You've been very articulate in your comments tonight. Mr. Chairman, we would participate in a conversation. Okay. I think it's important, and you may find that the discussions that you have on this property are going to affect a lot of similar. In fact, we know there's cases that are just like this.
We just voted yes on one last month. I'm having trouble understanding why we're paying so much more attention to this one than we did to the one we just voted yes last month in Italian Village.
One down, in Italian Village wasn't in a big elm area.
It's on the same site as a manufacturing facility. They're a partner in the deal.
I agree.
Yes, it's just, I don't understand why we're treating this different. I mean, I understand all of the things that we're talking about, but it is the same exact thing. It just maybe feels different because there's so many more residential units nearby. I don't know. But what, we're gonna sit here and listen to this again for 2 hours next month? I don't want to do that.
I'm with you.
It's the same story. I don't know.
So let's cut down on the presentations perhaps.
Well, the issues are what can the city do? When can they do it to resolve the fear factor of what somebody could stop us from doing
I
something?
have a suggestion.
Yes.
As city official. If they zone the site to a commercial plan development district, since it's a true mixed use development, they do have commercial. And they have a variance going along with their rezoning, they could wrap in the residential component to their use variance. Then at least the land itself would not be zoned residential.
Do it.
That might help, I don't know, but
See, she knows all these little back alleys of the city, the wheels that turn. And that's what we need to do because this is 2021.
Yes.
And this code was written in 1950.
yeah, and the CPD could commit to site plans and text that might give everybody in this room a little bit more assurance, possibly even added.
Shannon, that there is still a problem with that. And I will tell you that non-conforming residential in M zones at the south end have the sound ordinance right against manufacturing. That was probably the person that's in that house. That house was built by the foundry that was down there before, and it was worker housing. And bring it up to now to 2020, that environmental court doesn't care. And they'll find my client was getting $1,000 a day for his violation because he had an impeller on a pump that squeaked. All
right, let's table this tonight. You know exactly where to focus your attention of your dialogue. Some of that dialogue is going to be with the city. Shannon brought up a concept that gets everybody on the right playing field. And then you go back and look at the connection with the properties. This can be solved. And it's going to be happening all over town, all over every town, in big numbers for the next 10 years at least. So we need, I'd hate to see you walk away from this project because I think it's a great master plan. And you're this close. But out of respect for a company that's been there 100 years and I employed all these people, there has to be a way to make them of clear conscience themselves so they can sleep. Okay, I need a motion to table this case. Second? All those in favor? All right, you are tabled, and we will take less than an hour and a half. Won't be any return of the ones. 500. Yeah. I think we just.
It's probably a much less.
Well, are you gonna do the one?
Yeah.
We didn't pass, Clark.
No.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
It's been good. I get stuff in it.
Or-
It's staying.
Or to the past, they table. They're gonna come back with
The separation.
separation. No,
We passed one, it was like up in South Capitol.
there was another, there was one in South Linden that was from the, was in a super limited area that it wasn't ever gonna get developed by a manufacturing company. The site was. Oh, yeah.
All right, Dave Paul has enjoyed his evening.
There may be others. Tim's going to see if there's anybody that's waiting. Because this is, yeah.
Okay, well, it's been a fun night for you so far.
Yes, sir.
You know, we're glad you got a chance to see what you like in another neighborhood.
And I would like this, council and suggestion, whether or not it would be a solution, I don't know, but she does this kind of thinking. A lot of
He knows how the wheels turn.
That's right.
She should be running for mayor one day. Okay, we are now going to call case number 11 to play Z20-117, 6050 Cleveland Avenue.
This application was tabled at the June Development Commission meeting in order for site details to be refined. The 0.46 acre site consists of one parcel developed with a dwelling converted to an office in the LC2 limited commercial district. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will permit redevelopment of the site with multi-unit residential uses. North and east of the site are single unit dwellings in the SR suburban residential district. South of the site is a medical office in the CBD commercial plan development district. West of the site is a medical office building in the ARO apartment office district. Concurrent CB 20-134 has been filed for an 11-unit apartment building and will include variances for reduced parking and building setback lines, no interior parking lot landscaping, and reduced rear yard. The variance includes a commitment to a site plan which has been revised to incorporate an interior trash room and the addition of a parking space. That request will ultimately be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Northland 1 area plan, which recommends office land uses at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northland Community Council, whose recommendation is for approval of the requested AR3 district with concurrent CB 20-134 to be considered at the meeting. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will permit the site to be redeveloped with multi-unit residential development. While the proposed use is not consistent with the Northland 1 area plan's recommendation for office land uses at this location, the site plan included with CB 20-134 demonstrates adherence to the recommended area plan design guidelines. These elements include pedestrian connection to the frontage street, in this case Cleveland Avenue, additional bicycle parking, utilizing additional landscaping between the proposed development's parking lot and the adjacent single unit dwelling to the east, and the inclusion of street trees along Bellavia Avenue. The proposed use represents a transition from commercial uses at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and Bellavia Avenue to single unit dwellings to the north and east of the site. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval. In your supplemental packet, there is a revised building elevation that was submitted by the architect, which is affiliated with the council variance. It does not need to be included in tonight's zoning district. And there are several letters of opposition and a petition from the surrounding neighbors.
There's no new text.
There's no, it's an unrestricted zoning district.
Okay, good. All right, any questions for Shannon? Dan, traffic?
No traffic issues.
Hey, Chris?
No issues.
Okay, the applicant is here. Is there anything you'd like to add to the staff's presentation?
No, I don't think so. I think we worked over the last month to try to resolve the parking screening issues, and I think the interior trash room was a great idea, so.
All right, let's hear our opposition speakers and then we'll call you back up.
Okay.
Why don't you give your name while you're up here for the record?
Bart Overly, Blowstein Overly Architects.
All right, we'll call you back. The speakers at this time. Dave, you want to be first? Please. I speak briefly. I don't want you to miss anything.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not really here speaking for or against, other than expressing the recommendation of our committee. So I thought this might be a good point. David Paul, I'm the chair of the Northland Community Council Development Committee. I believe that this commission has actually heard this case since our last meeting to form a recommendation, that recommendation being approval. My main reason for being here tonight is not to reiterate that, but simply to confirm that based on our understanding, or mine anyway, of the changes that the applicant has made in the meantime, that the application is still consistent with our recommendation of approval that we expressed or developed back in April. We think that the applicant has gone to significant effort to address some issues that came up in our meeting, even though they weren't formally part of our recommendation. And that it is in fact something, although he's not coming back to talk with us at this point about the rezoning application, I think our committee is supportive of those changes. As staff has said, he will be coming back to us actually at the end of this month to discuss council variances that are still required. I believe all the changes that we requested as conditions of our support have been made. And the variances which were initially presented to us, the applicant has changed the application so that those are no longer needed. He needs some additional variances, and we'll discuss those later this month.
You waited 2.5 hours for that?
It's all right.
You're a saint.
Not at all, sir.
We appreciate your efforts to review one of the best commissions.
You're very kind. Thank you, sir.
Okay, who is our first speaker tonight?
James, Shirley, or William DeBolt. Either James or William or Bill.
Bill go first.
Bill.
Bill DeBolt, 2622 Bella Via. Last month, I gave you like a little packet of stuff, so I'll try to stay away from repeating things at this hour of the night so we can all go home. But the big thing is the zoning appropriate for the location? The answer is clearly no. The Northland plan was approved by City Council and it not been modified or rescinded, so it still recommends the LC2 at this site. The owner purchased the site knowing full well that this was supposed to be the intended use. Now she wants an AR3 zoning, which says it shall not infringe upon the residential character of the district. This apartment building is not really appropriate for smaller single-family homes next to it. It doesn't blend in with the other businesses in the area. And will this protect and enhance the quality of life or safety of the residents? And the answer is no. So it's, again, is it appropriate? No. The stated last month by one of the commissioners here, it's like trying to put 10 pounds of dirt in a 5-pound bag. There's just not enough room to cram all this in there. We were not provided any elevations, so I'm not sure exactly where we're at on that. They were told that they exceeded the height, 35-foot height district, and told to come back and have it maybe 34.5, so there'd be no questions. Since we haven't seen the elevations, I don't know where they're at. The only thing I have is that he's using average height again. Code says mean height, not average height. So what is the actual height as far as zoning code being applied to it? Hopefully he can answer that. In order to get the proper setbacks by the code, he's moved his dumpster area inside the building. Last meeting, he tried to get away with 2 65-gallon residential trash containers for 10 apartments. Now what happens when he has all these trash containers in the building? How are they going to get 12 of them out to the street? If you look at this, excuse me, the site plan, are they going to roll those out to the north through the patios? What happens when these things start smelling? Are they going to start setting the dumpsters outside? Are we going to be assured that they're always going to stay inside? Because if they go outside, we're going to have problems with rats and stuff. This owner has not exactly been the best caretaker of the property. City zoning people came out and cited her for a number of things. And now to get the extra parking space, because the overflow parking, which they've already admitted is going to go out on Belvedere, it's a narrow street, also a school bus route. Now he's got to get a variance because the rear yard green space is going to be well over 500 square feet short of what the code requires to offset like the heat effect of the pavement. So again, he's trying to get 10 pounds of dirt in a 5-pound bag. It just doesn't work. It's kind of like a balloon, and you squeeze it at one end to make it fit, the other end pops out. So, and then the residents also had a lot of concerns about market rate apartments, what's going to be the future use of them, and what about all this rotating staff they were talking about. So I'll keep that short so somebody else can talk. And again, you can see here, this is on Cleveland Avenue, the one-story house here that where they're going to put this 3-story, what, 35, 40 feet, 50 feet high apartment building. Guy's going to look out his bedroom window from here into that apartment building. So.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Please come up to the microphone. Give us your name for the record.
Ms. Pine. Further petitions for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Long time, 3 minutes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the Development Commission, good evening. My name is James Shirley. I live at 2614 Bellavia Avenue. I am one house down from the proposed development. I am in opposition of this building, obviously, because it will be a 3-story building. I will be looking out my back window at a 3-story building. My biggest concerns regarding this development are any and all overflow parking will extend to the residential portion of Bellavia Avenue in front of homes and could potentially extend down as far as Northern Pine during high visitor volume times. As there is a community room on the first floor of the building where guests and where the residents will have guests, and it will be for their use. The applicant admitted during the Northland Development Commission meeting that there would only be at best one overflow space in front of the building and that they could park the overflow vehicles just east on Bellavia. Furthermore, I believe there are not enough spaces per bedroom. 15 spaces plus 1 handicap, and you have 18 total bedrooms for this property. Bellavia Avenue is a school bus route as well as an outlet to the Cleveland Avenue emergency route in winter. Passing is restricted with parked cars even on just one side of the street, and normally a car must wait until oncoming traffic has passed until the parked cars before proceeding. A school bus has difficulty maneuvering when there are 2 cars side by side on Bellavia. As someone who will live within 125 feet of this building, this will directly impact me and my guests from parking directly in front of my respective property and possibly blocking my driveway and making it harder to maneuver on Bellavia. As an example, this was taken 2 days ago. This is what overflow will look like on my property because I have a vehicle that tried to wedge between me and the house next door. They are actually blocking my driveway. The second vehicle is actually blocking my mailbox, and that is with 2 cars. Other concerns I have are going to be noise as someone who lives within 125 feet of this property. The noise that'll be generated by the slamming car doors, the comings and goings of individuals and their guests at all hours, the on-site community room where guests will have gatherings and parties. And because there's only a 6-foot privacy fence bordering property, it is not an adequate noise reduction barrier. There is also sufficient adequate rental property surrounding this neighborhood. The Northern Woods neighborhood To the immediate west is Dewood Drive, complete. At the end of Dewood Drive, they've just begun construction on 100 units of low-income rental property at Dewood and Maple Canyon. To the northeast is Presidential Lane and Misty Cove. To the east is Cooper Road. To the south is Ponderosa Drive, Forest Hills Drive, and 161 respectively. There is sufficient rental properties. Finally, and this is the finally, this neighborhood is against this. I have submitted to Ms. Pine. At the beginning of June, when this was going before the council, I passed out 110 individual petitions to the Bellavia Avenue corridor. That is defined as any street touching Bellavia and those substreets. To date, I have received 111 signatures representing 72 of the 110 homes along Bellavia Avenue and the streets connecting to it, or 65%. And I did not go door to door with this because of COVID. I literally left the packet with the information that was provided to me by the city on their mailboxes or on their doors. The residents had to return these to me.
Okay,
So
appreciate your comments.
this neighborhood is in a majority of opposition to this.
Any questions, comments? Let's have the applicant come back, we'll raise the questions. Because
We've got a few more folks from Bellavia who want to also talk.
Only one more.
Oh, we can have one more speaker for 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let's sing the city council.
Good evening. My name is David Pineda. I live at 2605 Bellavia Avenue. I just moved to Colombo 6 months ago. But 6 months ago, we bought our house, $255,000 we paid for a house. And one of the buying key points that we're looking is to be not so close to apartment complex. This particular building that is proposed is going to be sitting basically in front of my house, which means that the value of my house, instead of going up, is going to go down. Not only that, but I have concern for others. Since living in Columbus for 6 months, I call emergency services 6 times living in Bellavia. 3 accidents on Bellavia and Cleveland Avenue, right in the corner. 1, 2 houses away from me, one of my neighbors, somebody drove through the yard and to one of the mailboxes. And another accident right by Cleveland Avenue by the bridge. Response time for emergency services have been 1 hour to 45 minutes, including one pregnant woman that was in an accident and another vehicle with 3 children inside. So I do have concern not only for the people already traveling Cleveland Avenue at Bellavia, but what about these 10 families that are going to be living in these apartments? How this is going to impact the response time for emergency services. Not only that, I have concern from my family as well. My kids playing in the street with the other neighbors. We're talking about guests that are going to be coming to this apartment that they don't live in Bellavia, which means that this is going to be it's not going to be good because it's going to increment the amount of traffic that we get in Bellavia already. People in Bellavia, they don't respect the speed limit, which means that we're going to have to worry about more cars. People blocking the mailboxes, people blocking the driveways, people blocking the driveway when it's trash collection day or recycling collection day, because they're going to be sitting on the street. People that don't know that, they're going to be blocking the access to the trucks when they come by. So I not only have concern for myself, but for others too as well, and for the value of my property too. Me just recently buying my house 6 months ago, and I guess the other neighbors that are closer to this building too will be outrageous too, even if they have been living here for 40 some years. And this community changing so drastically, having an apartment complex right in our backyard, I don't think that this is going to be helpful for anybody. I imagine that the accident rates are going to increase right there in Bellavia and Cleveland Avenue, because in 6 months I've witnessed about 6 as accidents. I'm pretty sure that these other families too are gonna experience the same thing. And lastly, even having the trash can inside the building, I don't know the amount of trash can that they're gonna put in, but I'm pretty sure that it's not gonna be healthy for the people living in the apartments, and it's not gonna be good for the people out around it too. Thank you.
Thank you for your points. And thank you for not being redundant with the other folks. Okay, let's have the applicant come back. The resounding voice I hear is got a whopping high intensity of density, 23 units an acre, which contrasts dramatically with the surrounding properties. Why are you going so deep in the 5-gallon bucket with 10 gallons of property?
Well, I mean, the first point I would make there is I don't think we're going terribly deep. I think the stats are a bit skewed because of the size of the site. This is a small site. It's only a 10-unit apartment building. We pulled it back to what we consider to be a bare minimum for the project to be profitable, and to redevelop that site. I think that Cleveland Avenue is going to transform, and it's going to transform with a mix of multifamily residential projects and commercial projects. We chose the residential route, the multifamily residential route, and I will say that due to the idea of moving the trash inside, we're going to be working with waste management at private trash collection. We have a property management company that will be managing the project, so those two are critical pieces. But a 10-unit apartment building, and it is not an apartment complex. It's a very different scale project that is not really going to significantly contribute to traffic issues and some of the other issues that I think the neighborhood has brought up, and I think they're valid concerns, but I again just point to the actual scale of this project. It is a small scale residential project. Because we could move the trash inside, I also wanted to point out that we gained an additional parking space. So we now have 17 parking spaces. So we're 2 spaces over code, and the apartments, we have 2 1-bedroom apartments downstairs that are fully accessible, and the 8 apartments that are on the next 2 levels are all 2-bedroom, 1-bath. So a lot of these are going to be rented by single people that want an office, or they want a guest room or something like that. It's not going to be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath situation.
All right, this is difficult for you because not only are you in a small piece of property, less than half an acre, it's not even a real infill situation because you have 2 street frontages, 2 separate setbacks. So your limitations are very difficult, and you're nesting in there 1-story adjacencies on both sides. You're the pioneer. You're the first guy in, and it makes it less of a infill when you're the first guy in. It's on the corner lot. So you've got to. I think you need to go further than you've gone to demonstrate how this is not an intrusion into the integrity of the community that it's going into. It doesn't look to me like an infill at this point in time. It might look like an infill later. It doesn't look to me like it's an infill. Anybody else has a comment?
I think there are other properties that are not adjacent, obviously. It is true that there is a one-story, single-family ranch to the north. But if you look across the street, you have two-story buildings that they're not approaching 35 feet, but you have scale, you have intermittent scale on Cleveland Avenue, and this is just one more part of that. We did, obviously, all the way through this process, we have listened to the commission and the neighbors. And it is true that just today I submitted to Shannon our revised elevation, which is why the neighbors don't have that, but we were able to reduce the height from 40 feet, 6 inches as the highest point to 38 feet. And the mean average, or the mean building height, which I agree there is a difference between average building height and mean building height. We went back and read the code and interpreted the code so that the cornice line, which is the lowest point of the facade, is at 32 feet, and the highest point is at 38 feet, which puts us at 35 feet as a mean building height. So I think, the other point that I'd love to make is the landscape enhancements that we are proposing for this site are significant. And I do think it is going to be visually an enhancement for the Cleveland Avenue corridor, and also as an entry point to Bella Via, which does mean beautiful street. And we don't go into projects not trying to make things more beautiful. We want to enhance this site in this neighborhood, and we don't feel that the intensity of the development is overly severe. We think it's appropriate.
Let me ask Dave Paul, in your area commission meetings, was there conversation about contrast between the 3-story building in the midst of what they have there now?
Yes, sir, there was. You need me to come to the mic?
I would like to say, and you can sit in the other chair.
Yes, Chairman, there was indeed discussion. Thank you. I'll just, if you can hear me. There was indeed discussion of the difference between this project and its aesthetic appearance and simply its height with adjoining properties. We did point out that at this time there are few other structures of any kind, certainly residential structures along Cleveland Avenue, that are similar in terms of their mass from the street. I will say that there are few, if any. There's a nursing school, I think, across the street, if I'm not mistaken, that is a 2 or 3-story structure. Other residential structures in this particular area are almost all single-family residential structures that have been repurposed along Cleveland Avenue for commercial use. I think we recognize, our committee recognizes, this is a major commercial corridor. It's likely to become more of one because of things like the bus rapid transit line that is now traveling up and down Cleveland Avenue. It's not likely to retain its current character for much longer. We understood that. We were not sure this was the project to break the mold. I think, and that's part of the reason that on our first hearing, we unanimously recommended disapproval. That and the variances that were being requested, which we felt we could not justify. But again, on the second hearing, I think we agreed with the applicant that this, as they were addressing a number of the concerns that our committee had, we thought they were trying to address concerns of the neighbors as well in fairly sensible ways. the change in the character of the neighborhood became a bit less of a concern for us because we believe it's going to change anyway. And that this would not be destructive, especially along a commercial corridor, recognizing again, it's backed with residential. But all of our commercial corridors in the Northland area are immediately backed with residential. That's just the way we developed. I may have gone further than you wanted me to. Did I answer your
No,
question?
you did answer my question.
Okay.
You know, it's a play of very strange play of critical mass. Because if you had 5 times the land, 5 times the units, we'd probably not be having this discussion.
True.
But we got a smaller piece of ground, and much bigger impact on that smaller piece of ground. And even though the uses would be consistent, if you had combined 5 lots in a row, your nuances of making all that work make it tick. And unfortunately, when the Pioneer comes in and starts, has to make it all function in 0.46 acre. It's a rough way to go.
So I just, you know, if it was an LC2 development and it was, you know, neighborhood or office, and it was 3-story and 35 feet, there's no issue. But the fact that you're putting people there with cars all of a sudden creates this pressure on the rest of the neighborhood that they would not like to see, because they would understand that an insurance company or somebody that would have a commercial venture in that building zoned properly and massed exactly the same, you know, they're not going to have, unless they're selling Tupperware really cheap, they're not going to have a crowd. So, I mean, but you meet the code for AR3 for parking. I mean, you've made improvements since last time.
Hmm.
And, you know, I follow the chairman's view that you're the pioneer and you're the bleeding edge on this.
I will say that we did look at commercial very early on. This has been a long project for us, but you know, first of all, the parking, while it is a sort of more of a 9 to 5 sort of situation, the code parking requirements to get more than 1 story of commercial would be similar in terms of the number of parking spaces that we would need. The other thing is, just intuitively, you know, strangely, it'd be easier to put a Taco Bell here, you know, on this site. And is that really contributing to this neighborhood? No, it would be, I would, if I lived on Bellavia, I would be very upset that a Taco Bell came in on Cleveland Avenue, on the Cleveland Avenue corridor, entry to my single family home. So we feel like we're proposing something. We are pioneers, but I think you're going to see a lot of these pioneerish projects on Cleveland Avenue. It's a major corridor and it needs enhancement. And this is you got to start somewhere.
Well, you took a fence out, made the number. Okay, okay, question.
Yeah, I have a question for Shannon. Looking at the floor plan, the site plan, the perspective. The portion of this building is facing a Cleveland Avenue. Does it meet the UCO requirement?
I don't think there's,
Station?
I don't think there is an overlay here, and residential districts aren't subject to the overlay.
Anybody else? Comments, questions? All right, I think I think we understand what the goal is, and we understand what the opposition's feelings are. And we've got to decide whether we think this is an appropriate use as it stands, or whether it's not. So we're gonna go ahead and vote. See what comes out. Please call roll.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Nicholson,
Yes.
Anne Mcquay,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
To nobody's surprise, I'm gonna vote no, but I will admit to the residents that it is because of the strong opposition from the residents. I'm a little surprised at Mr. Paul, who I respect very much, to say that I think this quarter is going to turn and it's gonna happen anyway, so let's get this party started with this site. But it is a soft no, but it's a no largely driven by the consistent opposition of the residents and just the size of that particular proposal on that particular corner lot, with these residents being the ones that suffer from it. So soft no, but it's a no.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Well, you have already achieved the win for your zoning. I'm going to shock the world by voting no myself, because I think you are a pioneer. You have made the first step. I don't see that this is an infill. I'd be all for this, but thought it was an infill. And I think you're at the bottleneck of a traffic tie-up at the intersection of Cleveland and Bella Vista. I think you're reaching pretty hard, and no client has ever come to my office and said, how much can I get on this piece of property? And don't push it. They all want to get the most. Make the business plan work best. I think this is pretty intense, and it doesn't, from what I've seen, doesn't look very much now like it fits into what the neighborhood looks like, and it may not fit later. So I don't know what you might do to make a move with that. So you're going to go forward to city council. You're going to have an approval from the zoning commission. But we're all going to fill out our comments on information sheet for city council's benefit. And you have an appropriate use. You have a kind of a jarring clash of your appropriate use with the other uses that are in the neighborhood. So,
It's been the theme this evening.
well, and I like that you collaborated with the staff and you listened to the input that you heard about the trash. So you're on the right track, and I think you're hitting it with a really heavy hand. And I think, I don't think there's a hardship asking. So the vote stands 3 yeses, 2 nos. City council's going to get the benefit of our comments. If you can do anything to enhance the effect of your design and your layout, push the applause meter up to where city council will vote. All we're doing is recommending. They will make it official, or they will not make it official. So the input from the neighborhood has been excellent, and nobody was redundant and off base.
It's not that, sir. Barton said he's worked with the neighborhood. They won't take our calls.
He's worked with the neighborhood commission. He's done everything a man would do. Now, don't get on that subject. You were very articulate with your comments. The vote has been taken. It's 3 in favor. 2
That's
against.
fine. We'll see him at city council and we'll have more people in the room.
Go to council, take your argument to council, because we just have a recommendation.
And that's
it's
fine.
And it's 3-2.
Our job stops at whether or not this appears to be an appropriate use, nothing more. And yeah, it's appropriate in my opinion, and in Marty's opinion, it's
That's fine, but I'm going west to live next door to them. He's driving at 2 o'clock in the morning, the noise. he could have put Taco Bell and I would have been fine with it because at least I know at midnight they'll shut down.
All right, this meeting is adjourned, so
Oh,
I
that's fine.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your input. I know you've got a great stake in this, and I believe and I respect it. And I voted no. Because I understand you, but it's officially done. The meeting is over.
Thank you.